All right, everyone, lazy pen. Four was 39 was the last stream size. Last stream length. Just going to back up my that one and that one and that one. 439. 51. So we need to upload that one. And that is Combat 7. That one. Combat 9. Seven, 8, and 9. All right, cool. So today, continue with combat. Keep going. Let's close some of these windows on my other screen. Right, so what are we going to do? We were doing a release build actually. Let's just scrap that. Let's go back to doing debug mono. So we were going to deal with what happens when the enemy, or we leave the room and the enemy is angry at us. All right. So There's a couple of problems. There is a problem where it starts looping, actually. The actual behavior tree starts looping. You need to actually fix what happens there, figure out why it's looping. Getting it into a looping state is quite hard, though. Definitely happen. It's definitely when it's over near cover. So here is a problem as well, where he's not going back to his idle state. That might be here. So we say if Bell squared else. I'm going to set it to be idle alert. So we're going to set animation track once idle alert. That probably is a once actually anyway. Like can't be once because we're queuing. If that fails, something on the queue that will never execute. Okay. No, it's not actually. He drifted there. Got a problem now where he's moving again as well. So we fix that. Oh, these bugs are sticking around. Okay. Well, behavior action. So we want to go back to where we have finished attacking. So we return success. And then when we get back up to NPC patrol, for Spidean, is running default behavior. It's returning false for some reason. State success. 3952. Three nine five four. Okay. So that still not sure why that bug's there. Now, because it did do the thing we wanted it to do. Oops. What's going on there then? Why is it still doing that? Let's go back to the running animation. If not velocity squared, that's why. That's it. There's no velocity, we're idle. Right. Alright, let's just mess around with him. Try and get him looping. Hard to get him in his looping state. It's not going into it. I know for a fact he can become stuck in a loop. It's just hard to reproduce. Let's just change the tree as well. So it's the finding cover, I think. The failure conditions, time less than 2 seconds. You can say 0.5 there. Not actually for the time. like that. So what's going on there? He's not moving there. There he is, he's in a loop, he's in a loop. Is he in a loop? No. So this is happening. So he's remaining, he's waiting. Distance of playable character is less than 5. Failure. Distance playable character is greater than 10 for success. So basically it's coming down here. That's succeeding. And it's coming back down here again. It's trying to find cover. That's failing. Finding cover is failing. That's what's happening, I think. We need to kind of like put some decoration around the nodes if they're succeeding or failing. This is stuck in a loop. It's failing because we're less than 7 away. So it's just waiting. And this is just waiting for the recommended amount of time. And then setting the combat state back to none. And then we're finding cover. So it doesn't look like it doesn't get to this. So let's go to set combat state action. And we're saying, so we're executing set combat state to none as a ready state event. That's running. So that's returning success. It's going back up to the sequence. It can't set the first child node of the valid child node of the sequence. So that is where it's happening. That is where it's going wrong. So it can't set this find cover one. So what's on the find cover? Why can't I say condition? It's the timed distance. So it's saying it has to be greater than 0 for less than 7 seconds. For this to work. Yeah, that will never work. Have to probably be greater than 5 for less than 7 seconds. So that's why that got stuck in a loop. No, great. For more than 5 seconds at less than 7 away. So for more than, well, so what's that? For more than 0 seconds. So as long as we're less than 7 away, this can fail. That's what this can succeed. This can actually happen. So basically, he cannot find cover because we're too close to him. So it's when he's in hostile level 0. Let's turn this off. So what's going on there? Basically, that's failing. So this seems to get it in that phase a bit better, where he's walking to nowhere. So he's in NPC conditional wait there. So he's doing an NPC conditional wait, and he's got the walk animation going. So it's in hostile path 0, I think. Hostile level 0. Velocity length squared rig dot set animation track once idle alert. So I wonder if that will make sure. So if there's no velocity, it's always going to idle alert. I think that stopped him doing that. All right, so let's turn this back on again. It's interesting. All right, so is it hostile? It goes back to being hostile level 0, which is what we want. So he's waiting there. Just wander around and see if you get stuck. So he's waiting for something. Is he stuck now? So we're in this position now where he's stuck. So I think to fix this, maybe we just want, if all of these fail, we just want to do another sequence. Of find cover, and then maybe not a find cover, maybe we do we have one more that is actually set combat state Spidean. I'll start level 1 right at the end if all of those fail. It's getting quite big. That's always setting him to be hostile. So we need a condition on there. So it's this one that was failing on this condition. So I'm going to condition that the characters, that the playable character is less than 7, I think. So going back to none there. So it's hitting that one there. If we want another condition, that the Spidean has combat state hostile level 1, hostile level 0, maybe. Because he can't find cover there, so that's failing. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. Finding cover sometimes taking a long time. So he's basically not able to find cover. And he can't find cover because he's less than. Because the character is, so this will only succeed if the character is less than 7 away. It's only be allowed to execute. So there we've got a find cover. Less than 10. So we can't actually interrupt him there. because we need a failure condition. Which is basically this one. Zero, median, time distance, actual time, greater than 0. Distance is less than 7, is it? Yeah. And then the actual conditions were less than 10 away. Ooh, what happened there? No rig. Oops. So now he's there. So he's obviously not going too idle there. So if he goes away, he goes back to none. He's going straight to hostile level 1. Setting combat state there. It's going for a non. Let's have a look. So we'll say all right. So it's when if I move away and move back, the set combat state to hostile level 0 seems to be not actually calling the 2 idle alert animation. That's why. Just completely squashing over it with that. This is nearly there now. It's not calling it either. All right. So it's coming a second time and it's not squared. Let's try that. Yeah, it's immediately doing this one. So what do we want to do here? If we actually are playing the 2 idle alert animation, we don't want to set it so we do 2 idle alert, then we cue idle alert. In the next frame, um, well, let's try that out. Now we're clearing the actual 2 idle alert handle away. So just looping it now. Could do lost where I am now. Blue Raven, hey, how's it going? Blue Erevan. Blue Erevan, how's it going? Got any questions? Just ask. Just working on combat at the moment. Call me Raven, yeah, no problem. All right, Raven. Doing it here, saying for not doing 2 idle alert. Hang on, let's just go back. Let's try that. Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. Working on combat with like a scorpion creature that calls Spidey in. Mainly, so I've written this behavior tree system in the engine. So this is like the scorpion's brain and the path that he takes to do these actions. And I'm implementing combat with it just to test it out, get rid of any bugs and stuff. Try and get it so you can see what's going on. So yeah, you can go up to it and it'll become angry. So see, he's stuck loop in there, so I'm just kind of fixing what's going on there. But if you make him really angry, he'll start trying to attack you. using this tree. But there's just a few bugs and stuff that I'm ironing out. I'm just working out how to do it as well. Oh, thanks. Nearly finished actually, like the actual getting the creature to attack the character. And after that, it'll be all about like, what does an attack do? Like dealing damage and stuff. Once I've got the bugs out of the way, which are nearly there, I'm going to, what happens when you like leave the room to go to a new room? What do I want him to do? I probably want him to like remain hostile for a little bit and then go back to, you know, his normal non-hostile state. And I wanted to make a character that kind of didn't automatically attack you. So if he moves to me, he won't try and go for me. He'll like put his claw thing up and then he'll wait for the player to make a move. So there, he's like, he's not going to, he's stuck looping there, so I have to fix that. But he's not going to attack me. So I can actually run, well, he'll run away. Or if he comes, if I go to him, he'll become hostile. He should do, yeah. But if he comes to me, he should put his claw up, but not immediately try to attack me, unless I run towards him. But if I run away from him, he'll go back to being non-hostile. I actually think that that looping thing is because I've done this. It cancels the 2 idle alert thing. Yeah, so he's not looping it. So if I run away, he just goes back to non. And he'll resume what he's normally doing, which is just walking around. But if I go to him, he'll become hostile if I get too close. If he comes to me, then if I just go to him, he'll actually become hostile. So he's not immediately hostile. So it's a bit more, I want to do a little bit more of a complicated thing than just having him attack the player. And he'll walk, if he's in a hostile state, he'll walk backwards away from you into cover. And he'll try and bite you, or he'll hit you with his tail thing. And I've actually got another attack that he does, which I've turned off, which isn't a long attack. So if you make him angry, he'll fire his thing at you. So that would obviously, after that, I'm rendering the projectile, but he'd fire his spike at you and hit you from a distance. I've turned that off because I'm not rendering that projectile at the moment. It's mainly just to try and like iron out the kinks of this system. Projectiles. Yeah. Eventually, I will put that in. He'll like fire his spike at you when he grows another one. Eventually. Oh, Raven, thanks for the follow. But I'm just kind of like messing about with it now, trying to find things that don't work. Oops. Like getting caught in loops where it'll just like, it won't move away from like trying to become hostile like it was before. I think I'm kind of nearly there with it now. So if I run really far away from him, I kind of want him to forget that he's attacking me. Yeah, so he's in a placid state now. So sometimes he'll choose to run, go to cover as well. Like there, he chose to run to go to cover. So he chose this path of the tree, which is find cover. It's a flee path, which is a bit of unpredictability in his behaviour. If you ever make enemies that are just straight up aggressive, they'll always probably come at you. Obviously, he doesn't actually, when he hits the player, nothing happens because I haven't written that bit yet. So once I've kind of, so I want to do, what happens when you leave the room? What does he do? And I also want to do a little bit of work in the editor because I want to be able to copy and paste these nodes around because they're probably going to have lots of conditions attached. I don't want to have to, like, if I want all the same, if I want the same action in a different part of the tree, it'd be nice to just copy and paste it. So I'll probably do that. And then we'll move on to what happens when the player takes damage. And then obviously need to work out how the player attacks the scorpion thing. Loads of work to do. And then you know what happens when you get to 0 HP and all that. We'll see. Right now I think he's working how I want him to work. So we need to actually find the state when I leave the room. So apparently when I leave the room, none of these lights are flashing, which means he's not doing anything. Let's just check. So this is where we tick his behaviour. He is running. We get to the first action node. So this is an action node. So the find cover action. So we're just immediately failing it because they're not in the same room. That's why. So what do we actually want to do? So in the tree, if he fails to find cover, what does he do? That fails. This is where I went down, and that failed. And then he goes down and he tries to do a set combat state to hostile level 0. Right. So let's just look at these actions here. So this is the find cover. Which fails, which means it goes back to the sequence. We fail the whole sequence. It's back to the selector and he's going to try and select it couldn't select the next node. That's because we have a condition on the next sequence. We don't have a condition on it. So for some reason it couldn't select the next node. Because all of the children have been. So couldn't select any of those. For some reason. I think I'm going to follow the entire tree through. So it comes down here, fails, comes on then, but apparently we visited all of those before. All right, so we go to root. And then we go to that first selector. Which is this node. I find a place for this. Okay. And then now we're in this selector. Maybe children 4. Now we're in this selector. We were able to get in this selector. Ah, okay. So actually what's happening is it's coming down here and failing. Okay, so it's coming down here and failing. And then it's coming down here. Oh, no, let's just follow it. So that's a selector with 4 children. That's a selector with 2 children. This selector. And that's selector with 4 children. So that's this selector. So the first valid child, which is a sequence, which must be this sequence here. All those failed. So it'd be this sequence. Got 3 children yet. And this, the first action is MPC find cover. That one, so it's that find cover that's failing. And then this one fails because it's not in the same room. So we go back up to the sequence and we fail the entire sequence. Back up to this selector, so we need to select. Can't select anything yet because that's the. So we failed there, we go back up to there. We can't select anything else because that's the last one in there of the children. So we're going to go back up to this selector. And then I'm going to select another selector, which is this selector. 2 sequence children. Yeah. So the first sequence child is the flee path. And we couldn't set any on the flee path. It's not in the same route. So we're back up to the selector. And we select the next sequence, which is the hostile path, which is this one, hostile level 0 path. So it's going to try and do the set combat state to hostile 1 now. So that failed. Condition. So it failed on that condition, which we are less than 10. So behavior action distance to playable character. Is it? That's a condition actually, sorry. Game condition. Distance to playable character. They have to be in the same room. So that's why it's not lighting up anything in the tree. Because this whole thing is failing. So what do we want to do then? How do we want to handle it? If it doesn't light up anything in the tree. Basically what that means is that when we do that, actually this call ticks the entire tree, it just returns fail. We probably have to have another selector if we're not in the same room, what do we do? So it'd be something like I'll select over here. Let me just say, if we're not in the same room, which we don't have, I don't think. I have a game condition that like the players aren't in the same room. We could run this action if the players aren't in the same room. Which will cool down the combat. So the combat controller, what state is actual Mr. Spidey in? It's in hostile level 1. So I wonder if we should just do this through an action. With a condition on it. Well, they're not in the same room. So we'll do like an NPC compare location condition. Or something. So this will be like not in the same room. Different rooms path. So we'll have, yeah, we'll do that. So if they're not in the same room, we just basically immediately can start cooling the guy down. Okay. So on condition, game condition. Could actually make it an engine condition, couldn't we? Now I'll make it a game condition. Which is just struct NPC location compare. NPC compare location. So we want enum class e NPC e compare location type. No. The type on in same room in different rooms. Do that. And then we want two NPCs basically. To compare. So you've got the comparison and which ones we want to compare. All right. Actually, G condition. That's what we want. All right. Oops. So yeah, just check the builds. We also need the actual operator. To actually do the comparison. All right. So it's basically those that we actually want to compare, that we actually want to serialize here. Might give this a better name than type. Compare type. So how do we want to draw it? We want to go canvas for combo docs, NPC0, op.npc0, canvas combo docs, NPC1, op.npc1. Magic X Players, hey, how's it going? Do I code on? You mean language? C++? What am I creating? I'm making a game engine at the moment. A game engine and kind of a game at the same time with the engine, just to kind of like stress test the engine out. Right now, I'm working on combat in the engine, and how we make combat or any other kind of NPC interaction, or whatever. I'll show you when it's compiled. I'll show you the combat. So that the very thing I'm working on right now, what I'm writing right now, is a comparison condition. So I can tell when the player leaves the room of like the room that the combat's happening in, and then I can program how I want the NPC to deal with the player. So this Spidian's the enemy, and he comes over to me and he gets angry. Magic X Players, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so he's not exactly hostile. He's more of a passive. So he'll give me a warning, and if I run away, he'll go back to normal. But if I get too close, he will actually start attacking me. And that's run. So in the editor, I have these written files, which are like trees, which will run the interaction. So you can see it's coming down here and evaluating some code and some scripts to attack the playable character there. And then if I move, he'll go down and start doing other things. So there he's backing off there. He's going to cover. He's going to find cover, which is right over there. So this action here is find cover, and now he's waiting. So if I go up and interrupt his wait, he'll get angry at me again. He'll bite me, or he'll. So what I'm actually doing now is what happens when I leave the room. So if I go and leave the room, like what does the actual scorpion do? You learn to code. Oh, nice one. It's very fun. I would recommend it to anybody who likes being creative. Yeah, if you've got any questions about coding, let me know. So he's remaining hostile basically when I've left the room, and he might remain hostile forever, I think. Which I obviously don't want. I want after a while I want to like go back to not being hostile. So now I've written this condition, I can connect it and add it into this action. Compare location. So the hero with the Spidian, compare type in different rooms, which means that this condition will happen if they're in, this action will happen if they're in different rooms. And then I can put some code there now. What happens if they're in different rooms? Which is probably going to be like the action's just going to be like cool down after 5 seconds or 10 seconds, something like that. Or maybe like 20 seconds eventually. So if I go back in the room immediately, he's still hostile. But if 20 seconds passes and I go back in the room, he's not hostile anymore. So I might create two actions. So I might like have a sequence like this. With an action that just basically is just an action that just ticks away time. And then another action which is set combat state, Spidey into none. So I have another action there. So that just we'll do write an action that just ticks away time for a certain number of seconds. And the condition is condition of row. Different rooms. Okay, so we need to write another. We need to finish this actual condition out, and then we need to write another action, which will just tick away time. It'll just run the action for a certain amount of time. So I'm going to say if compare type is equal to different rooms, what do we want to do? So if they're different rooms, we just do get game state in same room. I actually might write the MPC version of this. MPC 0, MPC 1. So if they're in different rooms, we return that they're not in the same room. And if they're in the same room, we return that they're in the same room. But the same room to work on PCs. What languages are you learning? Magic X Players. Trying to learn. It's still there. All right then. So I'll put a break point there, and we'll just check that it is getting called and it is returning what I want it to return and stuff. Although it's quite simple. Raven, hey. Oh, you've been learning C++ as well. Brilliant. How are you finding it? Yeah, this is C++. Not in the same room. So that returns false. Which is what I want, because they are in the same room. So in theory, this... Oh, he's disappeared, he's run away. In theory, this doesn't actually affect the tree at all at the moment. So the action needs to be not on there. The action needs to be on there. They're the conditions, sorry. They're in different rooms. Right. And then as soon as well, okay. All right, no problem. Thanks for checking in, Raven. See you later, man. Right. So we're going to write a behavior action, which is just like a waste time action, really. So struct behavior action this time. So the waste time action, we need the E time type. Oh, I wonder if we should put this in. Does this need to be in here? Leave it in there for now. So we'll forward declare it. Class E time type. What type of time do we want to waste? And then I suppose we just want the unit, really. Or we could just have hours, minutes, seconds. So U16 hours, U16 minutes, U16 seconds. And we just want on enter and on tick, really. Think. Then we want the rest of these. All right. So this is just going to be canvas draw combo box time type or dot time type. Canvas draw text box hours or hours. Well, that's fine. I think just that. Hours, minutes, seconds. Okay. So now we can put this action on that node and we can write what the action does, which is basically just to run for a certain amount of time. Okay, so this is a waste time action. Actual time 20 seconds. We'll say like 3 seconds to start with. Right. So we're just going to go the in-game time one's going to be the more difficult one to write here. So we're going to go something like float t actual equals 0, right? And I'm going to say if time type is equal to actual time, else if time type is equal to in-game time, do to do there. Failing. It's the actual time. T actual is equal to static cast float hours times 60 times 60 plus static cast float mins times 60 plus static cast float seconds. So that's the T actual. And then we'll just return running. And then we're going to go T actual equals VM not neg T actual minus DT2. If T actual is equal to 0, we return success. Else, we return running. But that's only if the time type is actual time. If the time type is in-game time, do to do, and we'll return fail. Right. Return fail there. So not control path return a value. Yeah, also true. So what we also need to do while we're running is we need to know the fail condition needs to be that the NPCs are in the same room. So we have to add that in on the editor. Because we obviously want to stop this node running if we walk back into the same room. So failure condition NPC is spied in the same room. So the condition that I can get here is they're in different rooms, and then when it's running this, we need to fail if it ever happens in the same room. We go back into the same room, we just need to fail. If it can run for 3 seconds, it sets the combat state to none. So after 3 seconds, basically, combat state of Spygen will be none. All right. So let's get him aggravated. Okay, now we're running this for 3 seconds. So we're running it over and over again. It should be none. There we go. So suppose we want another condition, we want another couple more conditions. Flying here. Come on. Well, another condition that the Spidean has a combat state. So do we have that as a condition? NPC has combat state. So maybe we want to extend the condition so we can flip them to not. So I can say NPC not has combat state on. Actually, you know, flip that little checkbox, which is basically like invert condition. Yeah, I might do that. Okay, that's a good thing to do. Anyway, basically now, what this means is if you go back in, you will be none after 3 seconds. If you just go straight back in, it'll still be hostile. If we make him angry, after 3 seconds, there we go, we'll be back to none. That's good. So that solves that problem. The next thing I want to do is probably make not like, yeah, invert the condition. So that'd be actually on the ending condition itself. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to make a cup of coffee, try and get this fly out, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okie dokes. So let's write this invert condition. So it does something like cool. Do something like that. Now this is going to require that like a bunch of stuff gets rebuilt. If you want to change the conditions. So I just might delete all of the game data. Where's that? Assets, data. Delete all of it. And then that means everything in the entire game is going to get built. So let's just do that before we move on. And then we need to actually put a checkbox in every single condition, which should be straightforward. So actually, no, hang on a second. It's not invert condition, isn't it? If we check it, we want it inverted. So if the invert condition is true, no, it's not right. It's if invert condition return not result, else return result. That's it. Try and get this fly out 1 second. It's so annoying having a fly right next to your screen. It keeps landing on your screen. I want to kill it though. It's nice. Get out the door. Okay. So let's just build all the game data. This might take a while. Just wait for all these files to come back in. It's really the fonts that take a long time. Rasterizing all these glyphs. I really need to make this. I did design it to be multi-threaded, but per level. And then it turns out that really, I'm probably only going to have, not going to have many levels in the game. Loads of rooms, no, not many levels. I only have like 5 levels. Because I'm only working on 1 level, can only build the assets on 1 thread. I should have probably done it by asset type. But I can't bother to. I build the assets so infrequently. It's not worth going back and changing it, really. The reason why I wanted to rebuild it all is just because conditions are used everywhere in the game data. Just quicker probably to rebuild it, everything. It's taking a long time. There we go. All right. Everything should be, I haven't changed anything other than put that flag in. Apparently I have, because it's not going hostile anymore. All right. To rebuild that as well then. Doesn't actually take very long to build the game. It takes a minute and a half to build the entire source code. One minute, 10 seconds. Not bad, really. It's quite a lot of code. As long as you can become hostile. There we go. That works really well. That's good. Right then. So, let's just turn the labels off. And then what we want is it's in the iEditor file, I think, raw condition. For this condition, so I want to do canvas draw checkbox invert condition. Maximus, I think that's meant to be. Awesome, thanks for the follow. Got any questions? Just ask, no problem. Right, so now we should, in theory, on these conditions, I'm going to invert, yeah, we can invert them. And that's because if you get the Spidey dude angry, then we leave. This is basically going to keep firing. So we actually only want the condition, another condition, and Spidey. So is not hostile, which means he's hostile. Invert that condition. Okay, so I should do it once. Not sure, it's not working. Not Spidey and has combat state none. Let's have a look then. Maybe we didn't actually include it in the save, actually. That's probably it. Yes. So we'll do L invert condition like that. But then right and read, we also want to do it C dot invert condition. C dot invert condition. Okay, let's try that. IntsMod32, hey, how's it going? Got any questions? Just ask, no problem. We'll talk about coding or whatever, really. Just working on combat in the engine at the moment. Front end. Whoa. So I've written everything pretty much. So it's all C++. So no real frameworks, really. Just a few libraries to do with compression that I use. and an animation library that I use for rigged animation. But, yeah, it's all C++. Okay. So the reason that didn't work probably is because we weren't saving it. All right, now we need to build. Now we need to rebuild stuff. I might do it the other way so it doesn't take us long now. Probably need to build dialogues, quests, cutscenes, controls, grains, levels, worlds. Probably need to read all those things. How do you put a pixel on SpotX, for example? So I use DirectX 12 for access to the GPU, and then I would send down geometry to the GPU, which is just like a bunch of points, screen positions, and then I write little programs. These little shader programs, and these PS main functions here will execute on a pixel, and these color the pixels. That's how I would get a pixel color, yeah. So this one in particular works on grass, so this colors in all the grass in the game. Yeah. So it's a little bit kind of lower level, I suppose, than the web stuff. So for instance, these things here, just rectangles that I draw, and they have a shader that just draws rectangles. It means focus on Microsoft Windows only. So the back end of the renderer, yeah, back end of the renderer is DirectX 12, which is Microsoft or Xbox. The renderer is split into two parts. So the front end of it, you could run it on anything that can take it. The back end, you'd have to write a different back end for a different platform. So you'd have to write a Vulkan back end or something if you wanted to. It's only like a small section of code you need to rewrite. The DirectX stuff, it's maybe 5,000 lines of code or something, or less, maybe less. Yeah. Yeah, so now this is the invert. Yeah, it's not that much. It's all right. Thanks. You know, all the back end gets is literally like, you know, draw rectangle calls, or some of the more fancy stuff, like say like drawing the grass. It'd be like draw grass here, and then it'd be up to the back end of the renderer to figure out how to do that. So it's completely free. If you wanted to use more of a high level, you know, back end style thing, I don't know, like what exists out there really. Some graphics library you could, that'd be fine. You know, the DirectX 12 bit's about 5,000 lines, but depending on what you use. If you use something that could do it quicker, then, or with fewer lines, then you could use that. So yeah, this is the combat tree. So this is the brain, kind of. This is the AI tree for this guy. So he wants to attack me. He doesn't always want to. So like now he's going to go into cover. You'd follow the path to. It says combat NPC find cover, and now he's gone to the wait. So conditional waiting, he'll wait in cover for a bit. If I go and interrupt him, he'll get angry. So this is his angry state, but it's not hostile yet, really. He's giving me a warning. If I go closer, he'll start attacking me. And then I was just particularly working on what happens if you walk out of the room. So I made, it'll come down here now. So what's meant to happen is come down here. And this handles if you're in a different room. But it's not quite working. I've made this invert thing so I can invert these condition results. So basically, if the combat state of the Spiding is none, it will return false there. Yeah, so I've made literally everything. Yeah, like you see. So this is the editor. And you know, you can do stuff like build rooms with it and stuff. Insmod, thanks for the follow. So you can like make these assets in the engine as well. And you can like paint them on some grass or something. All these rooms that I've made are just prototypes for gameplay at the moment. I haven't really concentrated on how any of the game's going to look yet. It's just trying to get gameplay. We're nearly finished with gameplay. Can do quite a lot of stuff in the game now. It's meant to be, it's like a sci-fi gardening game that I'm making. And you're on a space station looking after the gardens. And you can like fly down to planets and asteroids, and that's where the combat's going to come in to get resources to bring back to the space station. So there might be like alien creatures or whatever they have to fight, such as this guy, whoever he is. This guy. So he's walking backwards because he's still hostile. So I'm working on trying to, like, after a few seconds, not be hostile. And then I need to actually work on what happens when the player gets attacked, because right now nothing happens. For one specific game. No, you could probably make loads of stuff with it if you wanted to. It's really open, so I would say the engine's designed for kind of a dialogue story-driven style game, because it allows you to do things like different dialogue paths for different conditions in the world. Everything's very conditional, if you know what I mean. So you could set up things like play this dialogue path if the character has this item in their inventory, or play this dialogue path. So you can have set up all these paths for different conditions. And even the paths, the dialogue trees can go in different paths depending on conditions. So it's kind of meant to be one of those games where you can have lots of different playthroughs depending on what you do. The engine's kind of made for that type of thing, but not one specific game. You could make a bunch of different types of games in it. You need to know how to code. It's not a game engine that does the coding for you. There's no blueprint system or anything like there is in Unreal. You definitely need to know how to code. But you can set up these like logical trees, and each one of these green nodes is kind of a script basically. So obviously if you can't code the script, you can't do this. But if you wanted to take it further, you could build some visual scripting system and then attach the scripts to these nodes. If you actually wanted to do that, but I can code, so I don't really need to do that, but you could do that. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Someone just come in the office. Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Yeah, it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Right, get some work done.
So I need to catch. This invert is not working, I don't think. He's not even down here. Basically, this is failing. So not Stygian is not hostile, means he's hostile. Yeah, he's remaining hostile, which is good. So I can just test this. Any invert conditions set though? All right, let's go up to the tree. So a root, and now a selector, and now with this, or another selector. Is that right? Let's just go back. I need to make sure the editor is in view so I can follow this tree out. Got a little bit of it's kind of like limping on the frame rate there for some reason as well. So we're in the root. Well, let's just put breakpoint here. Then we're in a selector, which is this one. And now we're in another selector. So it hasn't gone to this sequence. The sequence fails. So let's figure out what that's all about. Root selector. So this should test. This is the first, this is the sequence. So it can't set this sequence. So this is the actual every conditioned root node sequence conditions 1. Condition set has 2 conditions in it. So the invert condition is false. What's going on there then? Still not saving them. I think it's saving them. So it's basically saying that this invert condition was false. All right. Engine conditions. The editor definitely picks it up. But this condition. Because it loads it back up again. It's not the if c.invert condition brick. Check that any of them are actually inverted. We load. This is a section of code that reads in the conditions from the game data. What type it is, the ID, type hashes, what type of condition it is, or a hash of it, and this invert condition. I do wonder if I've actually done a Boolean. Load in a Boolean. That's probably what it is, you know. Can't load in a Boolean. Just so I deliberately didn't do that because it could be like 1 bit. I didn't want to have. Oh no, we have it, look. No, we do have it. MPC has combat state on, so there it is there. Timbo, how's it going? Yeah, really good. Combat's kind of, or at least him attacking me is kind of in. He doesn't always hit me. There's no reaction to being hit yet, but you can aggravate him, and you can like run away, and he will stay in like hostile mode and try and find cover because he's meant to be a passive enemy. I don't think he doesn't want to attack you, so he'll walk backwards away from you and stuff, go and try and find cover. But then you can get him, go up to him again, and he'll give you a warning. And if I walk away, he doesn't become hostile. But if I go up to him now, he'll start hitting me. He's got two attacks, so he can strike me like that. Or if I go close, he'll bite me. There, he tried to bite me. And also, I worked a bit on the brain. So you can see the floor. He's down in there doing attack there. So that says NPC attack PC. And then if I like move away, you see it goes down to, so you can visualize it, what's going on a bit more. So right now I'm working on what happens if you leave the room. So I made this waste time action, which means just like tick seconds. And then if like 3 seconds go away, it'll set combat state back to not being hostile. Yeah, defensive enemy. I wanted to make something that was a little bit more complicated than just like go to the player and attack them, just to test these trees out. Because go to player and attack them is just this, which is just like select an attack to do. If you can't do an attack, then go find cover and wait. That's what this does. Whereas this one like roams about, he can flee, or he can go to hostile level 0, which is the warning. You know, he'll warn you, and then if you move away, he'll run away. But if you go to him, he'll hit this return node here, which means go to the top of the tree, but it's set a flag saying like hostile, and then so he'll go down and do the hostile. And then if you leave the room, it'll do this one. Yeah. Trying to make it a bit more, you know, complicated. Just stress test this out, which it's working well, you know. I want to do a little bit more of an editory thing after this, where I want to just be able to copy and paste these nodes, because you could, or even entire subsections of trees, because you can imagine putting like, these have lots of could have lots of conditions. So if you just want to duplicate this node to other parts of the tree, you can just copy and paste it. So copy and paste next, which is not as exciting as combat, but needs to be done. But right now, I'm trying to make it so you can put these conditions on and you can invert conditions. So if this was to return true, which is combat, NPC has combat state none. So if it doesn't have combat state, it'll invert it to say it does have combat state. Because I only want this to work if it has combat state. But it's not working. Now it is. That's weird. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because the game didn't rebuild the data. So what that means then is if I go back in, he shouldn't be. So he's not hostile. Now he's hostile. So if I go here and I go out of the room, I want to see this fire. Yeah, it fires. And then after a few seconds, that's it, it's finished. It's set the combat state there, which means he is not hostile anymore. But if I leave the room and immediately come back in, before that has a chance to finish, he's still hostile. No, he's not hostile. Let's put this, let's make it 10 seconds. Hang on, let's take that out as well. You know, I'm thinking more as well, like you could use this on like, you know, Skyrim, if you attack people, they become hostile, but only if you attack them. This is that kind of behavior. With the added thing on there, it gives a what, like this, the enemy gives a 1 if you get too close to him. So, you know, if you wanted to set up a situation where NPCs could start, like actual characters, I mean, like human characters on the space station, if you attack them, they could actually start attacking you. Maybe. Once this, if this works now, that's it. That's kind of the first stage of combat done. Next stage is to do the reaction to what happens when you get hit. And then you've got another 2 stages, which is you have to strike the, you have to attack the enemy. And what happens when the enemy gets hit? All right. Okay, so if I make him angry, then I'll leave. Then I come back in, he's still angry there. He's walking backwards. If I leave it for long enough, see a little fire, this little white thing, a little white border fire on here. And there we go. That means he's not hostile anymore. Yeah, nice one. All right, so I'm going to consider, for now, unless any bugs pop up, the first stage of combat done, which is nice because I get to check something off on my list of stuff to do. So we've got combat with Spidey and NPC. So what I've actually done there is just one part of it. So I'm going to say Spidey hostility. Check how you spell that. So we've done Spidey and hostility. The next thing that there's a bunch of stuff, so I need to do player reaction. I want to do combat, Spidey, NPC. Player hostility. And combat with Spidey and NPC. Player reaction. So player reaction is going to be interesting because it's going to have to include things like game over and dying, reloading from checkpoints. That's going to be difficult, I think. But I was doing one more thing, which was which we want to do now, which was copy, paste nodes in the editor. And then we'll probably do copy, paste subtrees in the editor. I think we'll be able to make it not just for the actions, we'll be able to make it for any node in the editor, I think. Maybe. All right, there's quite a lot of things there. So we've done the hostility bit. I mean, this is meant, this is not meant to be done all this week. I'll roll things over to the next week if I don't get them done. Checkpoints, respawn with penalties for death. Yeah, I think so. I haven't actually decided to what level I'm going to do it. I want to keep the game quite casual, so I don't want to penalise the player too much for dying. It'd be similar to a quick load, I would say, but I don't know where you would spawn the player if they die. Maybe back in their room or something. So right now, I do have quick save and quick load. Let's quick load. Quick load F8. There you go. So it loads back where it was. So it's kind of in the game, like how do you reset the game state to a previously saved state? Everything apart from the combat stuff that I'm building, because the combat stuff I've not actually finished. But yeah, that will have to include, well, if you die mid-combat, what happens? Like, obviously the enemies go back to a neutral state. But then do not spawn the enemies you've previously killed. Or how do you want to handle enemies? Do you want them to be like procedurally generated or placed in the game? I'm not sure yet. all that's got to be thought out, really. Yeah, and I've also got like full load game, save game. So all that's kind of the foundation for all the depth is there. Just getting it to apply in the context of combat. Yeah, man. Games. If you really sit down and think about everything that needs to happen with games, I mean, I don't really know if it's even just C++, just games. What happens to the music when you die? You have to kind of handle like you have to stop playing some music and then you have to start playing new music. There's loads of things. You know, if you think about it, you see a mid quest and you die. What do you do? Do you fail the quest? Do you fail the quest sometimes? Maybe if you die on an actual thing you needed to succeed, maybe the quest fails. I don't know. I mean, I don't think you would really ever fail the quest if the character died. That would be really harsh. One of the real kind of the things you got to concentrate on and take it into account is like uh, everything might have to be wound back in state. You know, all the gameplay stuff. And that's like can be really difficult to get in your head. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's true. It's totally it can be huge. I was talking to someone about RPG attributes the other day on stream, and it's like I'd like to have RPG attributes, which I'm going to start with next because obviously when you deal damage and take damage, you've got to have attributes. How much damage do you might be wearing some armor that reduces your damage, or you might have a sword that increases damage. But then if you actually include an attribute, you say like, look, you need to then build gameplay, like a whole host of gameplay systems that support that attribute. Because if you just have a number that goes up or down that doesn't do anything in the game, what's the point? So say, I wanted a strength attribute in the game. Combat supports that attribute. But then you might want to build other systems that support that attribute. Like, how do you acquire strength? Is it through what you're wearing? Then all of a sudden you need to have a whole host of armor or clothes. And then all of a sudden that has to reflect in the animation system because all of the animations have to work with these clothes on. It's like massive, really. So yeah, as soon as you start thinking about RPGs stuff, it makes the game a lot bigger, I think. If you want to do it well. Obviously, you could make it quite shallow and just be like, you just take a potion to increase your strength, and then that makes you deal more damage in combat. You could do that. But it would be nice to actually fully flesh it out and include it in clothing and combat, and it could integrate with stamina. So more strength might give a lot of stamina buffs a bit more. Yeah, the D&D system, yeah. So I have been reading about that as well, yeah. How to actually, like, I have played D&D before, but it can be quite complicated. So I probably will have checks and things, and internally have like a dice that that you roll and stuff like that. Probably. Well, we're about to get there. I'm just going to do this copy paste thing, and that's kind of one of the next things we're working on, or I'm working on. I do have a thing in the code base called an attribute controller, because I needed it for some of the gardening mechanics in the game. It does have, what does it have in it? It's very basic. So it has strength, and it has batteries. Batteries are because you have droids, and you can equip droids with batteries. And batteries are to do with stamina, Like when you actually say garden, because you garden with the droid, it takes stamina to garden, and you can upgrade the droid with more batteries. And experience and data. Data is to do with crafting, and obviously experience is to do with leveling up. Levels, AP. So right now, you level up and you get AP, and then you'll be able to spend AP upgrading your character somehow. The upgrading bit's not done. After all of combat is finished, character progression is going to be probably the last actual gameplay thing that I'm going to work on before we start building the real game. But yeah, like how do you progress the character through the game? An upgrade tree or something. Yeah. And this attribute controller is built so the attributes change over time as well. So you could do things like regain HP over time, or lose stamina over time, rather than just set the HP to be -10, like from 100 to 90. It would take like several seconds to go from 100 to 90 if you wanted it to, if you had that kind of thing going. All right. So where are we? Copy and paste node. So I think if you right click on a node, we'll have a context menu. I haven't written a context menu in a long time. Right now, if you right click on the canvas anywhere but the node, you get this context menu, which allows you to put new nodes in. Or what if you right click on the node? And obviously, eventually, if you click the node, Control C and Control V as well. Yeah, like a poison debuff, yeah. Or regen, where you increase HP over time. Or whatever, it could be attached to how much money the character has got. So you could like deplete gold over time if you had, I don't know, a gameplay mechanic that supports that. If it was a business game, or if say you opened a business on the space station, your money could drain if it's not doing well or something. At least have a system that could support that. And then when I actually start building the game for real, I could do that if I wanted to. So yeah, we'll start by just trying to put a context menu. If I right click on the node, on any node, I can get a context menu. How do context menus even work? Node editor, context. No. Brain editor. Context. Nope, not there, sorry. Tickboard context menu. So there is a thing called a tickboard context menu. So the code base is at a certain size now where I can't keep it all in my head at once. So I always have to, when I get to a new system, kind of familiarize myself how it works. Mouse tick board, tick context menu. So mouse tick board. So you say on context menu with the actual ID of the thing that you're clicking. So if we go to the node editor, tickboard panel. If hot handle, if nothing is hot, and it's focused. So can I just say if canvas dot on context menu then ID, why is it what's the ID? An ID. I'll just put a breakpoint there. So we might actually set up the game to just open its brain all the time. No, that doesn't work. All right, let's go to the, I'll not launch the game. The combat test brain is already there, which is good. So this will just automatically, when I fire up the game, just automatically open up the brain file. So that did not work. We need to figure out where we are adding in the IDs for the nodes into the input system. Is focus node. So we just have a focus node. N.input name. Okay. Let's try that. No. Doesn't have an input name. It might have an ID though. 752. How does this work? Um, not that anyway. Try that. So is hot means that the mouse is over the top of it. So that is not firing. To find out. Oh, it's custom deletion. Hang on. The custom deletion is there. Okay. That selects whether it's hot. On context menu, so there's no I don't think there's an input box for it. That's what it is. Hot boxes. So we could just do it on right click. The problem with doing it on right click is that you can get context menus from, I think, Control L to enter or Alt enter or something. I don't know. It's not finding the input box, basically. Okay, so where do we set the input box? I need to actually start giving them real names. Rather than just numbers. So that returns, doesn't set. Okay, so let's try that. That might have broken everything. Okay, so at least it puts the actual name in now. Let's just check. I think that's fine. I don't think that's broken anything. So at least now we'll be able to see if there is an input box with hang on a sec. That's right. There we go. Boxes. 34 input boxes. So input boxes are just things that can receive input from the mouse or the keyboard or whatever. So we do have root there, look. There's an ID of 752. 752, so it should find it. All right. All right then. So we're still not getting a right click though. Is focused context menu. Get active context menu box. There is no context menu position. So just a camera drag. That's why. Okay, maybe we need to add a context menu box in then. Oh no. We should add that in. Why sometimes. Okay, let's do it. Yeah. After we've actually set it. There we go. Brilliant. So let's just see that the other context menu still works. It's because we're doing it before we'd set the name. It should work. Obviously didn't work. Maybe it's something because the name obviously would be the same every frame. But right then. So we just need to do like node context menu. That is. All right, I'm just going to have a break for 2 minutes. Be back soon. Okay, so we've got to the point where we can open a context menu now. How do context menus even work? Let's go back here again. So we need the editor context menu, whatever that is. We need to make one of them. So I haven't done context menus for a long time, like over a year. So I need to familiarize myself with how it works. The menu. Okay. Let's make one like this. That is n input name. And then if we just do menu dot on menu item. Draw menu item. Hello. I think that's it. I think you just make one of them and you start drawing with it. Let's see. There it is. Hello. Can't select it though. Why can't I select it? So the button. It's in worlds. No, it's relative. But it's not got no size, that's why. So get next button bounds didn't work. Ooh. Might work. Maybe because it needs a frame to sort itself out. Oh. actually, I think it is camera drag input. I think it is that actually. Because this is like what area does the context menu cover? I think camera drag input is anywhere where you can drag the screen with the camera. Can I just say camera drag input? Let's see there then. No. It's going giving it proper bounds. Oh look, not a different one. Maybe it is an input name. Let's try again. So it's definitely drawing the button in the right place. So the bounds must get filled out next frame. So we're going to do static bool equals false. if A break A is true. Like that. So we'll catch it the next time around. Okay. Okay, there we go. So the thing is, this is the top right corner of the screen. This is the top left corner of the screen, I mean. Oh, there we go. So it looks like it's adding it in properly. It's not doing the actual hot bit. Okay, we can debug that. That was it. Mouse keyboard controller tick here. So how do we debug this? I'm going to say if input boxes contains name. Well, I'm going to go for box in input boxes. If box name how do you compare strings again? Strip BMW strip comp box name. Hello. So we'll just check if we actually have an input box. An input box is just anything that can receive input from the mouse or keyboard. Equals 0. An input box is anything that can receive input from the mouse or keyboard. All right, so we do have it. The Z is maxed. So it's in the candidates. Root is in the candidates, but hello was not in the candidates. 102.1.508. Just below. We'll go through and see if it's in the candidates. Which has temporary code, so they'll accidentally leave it in. So don't want to do that. Could be a Z order problem. Okay, so it's in the candidates. 6, including hello. So the reason why is because the root and the hello, it picks the root, so there's a thing called root, which is exactly the same size. So it's picking this. So it needs to pick the thing in front of it. So it's picking the first Z order. So it's picked hello there. Smallest box, camera drag, camera drag. Ooh. So it's got a very small camera drag. 103.5.519. So it's put a camera drag and a hello. So I wonder if the problem, the bug, is actually there's only one button in it. Which is a crazy bug. There's only one button in it, it doesn't work. Yeah, it's because there's only one button on it. All right, well, can fix that. Obviously, you're never going to catch that because most context menus have more than one button. How do I fix that then? Um, disable the camera drag or whatever. Context menus don't need camera drag. Has camera drag is true. So has camera drag has to be false. So what style is this? It is UI style. Okay, it is UI context menu renderer. God, this code is so old, man. So how do I set has camera drag to 0? UI context menu. UI style. How do we set a different style? We need to pass the style through, I think. Style. The game UI render passes through a different style. Game UI render style. Okay, let's just keep this here as reference. So the context menu does have a different style though. It's only, oh, there's a different drop button. Okay. Yeah, to not have to do a new style here. That's in the UI canvas. Um, all right. It seems to happen on the Game UI renderer can pass in a style. Just Game UI renderer style. So let's have a UI context menu style, which is just the same. So you can style the UI context menu however you want. Basically exactly the same as this, except it's called UI context menu style. And then we can say has camera drag is false, so it's not what we want. And then here, I'm going to pass the style through here as well. And then this is include context, UI context menu style. See if that even builds. That's mad. So now when we make and edit a context menu, pass in the UI context menu style in, which means we will not have the UI, the camera drag. Seems to be building all right though. So hopefully that means that candidates won't include the camera drag, because the camera drag was the same size as the button, which meant it was picking the camera drag instead of the button as the thing that's interacting with the mouse. And because the button was, there's only one button in the whole menu, the button was the menu are exactly the same size. Candidates 5. So it does have 2 camera drags, but they are different ones. So that should fix the bug. So let's put one button back in. UI is hard for sure. There we go. So it works with just one button. Nasty bug that. Okay, anyway, it's done. So now do copy node. Then we want to do if menu dot draw menu item copy subtree. Copy node, copy subtree. So if you click copy node, I'll copy that node. Okay, so we need a space to put this copied node. I think we're just going to copy it into a buffer of memory. Okay. So on a binary writer. Can I just do writer dot write and write the node into the writer? Let's see what happens. Writes the children in actually as well. So copy node and copy subtree, kind of the same. So how do I get the buffer? Get buffer. That's the buffer. So the binary writer, you could probably just store in the node editor as the copied copied subtree. So the copied subtree dot write then is the same for both. So when I do copied subtree dot empty, empty the last one, write the new one. And that just does it. So I think actually the subtree is going to be the easier one to work on first. So we're going to say if copied subtree dot get size is greater than 0 and menu from menu item paste node. Paste subtree. Okay, then. Copy the subtree. Now I have a paste subtree. Right then, pasting. Man, how do we do this? Binary reader. So it just takes a buffer. Copied subtree, get buffer. And then if we do brain node, can we do that? It's an interface, can't really do that. Reader, read. You need to know what we want to read into. We could put n, which is not right. Just check it first. Is it just n like that? No. You can't create an inode because their interface is to know what kind of node it is. Maybe you can do an inode pointer. Copied subtree, get buffer size, and just take a buffer, a buffer. All right. So if we just create a blank one, read into it. Surely don't work. No. Push, undo, create, remove node. Do it this. We could do it with the undo redo system. So how does get data do it? Does this? This is what I want to do.
So it's even.
This. Yeah, totally awesome. Thank you. That's obviously a crash. Can't do that though. So it's putting it into the original N. Again. Okay. So paste a subtree. So we're going to read back out. Oops. So it might have to be, rather than a copy and a paste, a duplicate, because we need to know the node we're working on. Yeah, there we go. Mm. This is actually a lot more complicated than I thought. Um, let's see how the node tree reads it in. Could do it with text version of it. Seems to do it because it's creating nodes. Create the node from the type hash. Thank you very much. What's this? You are? Oh, it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's good. That's good. Really good. Yeah. I have a banana. See how this works. From the node tree loader for the brain editor. Not there then. Probably needs to be a duplicate. We already need to know all the nodes, that's the problem. So we need to do inode. Let's kind of do that. Now that would do it in binary. Let's just try, rather than doing the binary reader, the binary writer version, the text version. Let's just leave that in there for a second. So text serialize, what's it called? Default layout writer. So you want a TW string builder, your default layout writer. And see if that works. Text writer. That'll write it into text form, which is not as good as binary, but the text form, if you read from it, might start creating the nodes. Might take a bit of time to figure this out. Okay, copy the subtree. So we'll write the text version of it. So I only did it for the root. All right. Okay, so maybe let's try and read this then. Back out again. Text reader, default layout reader. Builder. So that's just literally a string. So let's do something else. Let's go TRA, inode pointer, nodes, serialize. Do nodes to serialize.empty. And we'll do that. Okay, that builds. This might be the way we do it. Didn't like it and serialize it though. There's nothing for array. For TRA, maybe there is for array though. And then, so if we can serialize these, no, there isn't. So you have to do it like this. I think it's because we have to have some substructure. All right. let's make this then. So serialized subtree. Just got an array. Inode nodes. And then we need to do reflect type. Serialized subtree. These. We just go nodes. Subtree.nodes. And then we return a serialized subtree. It's the name. And then we want to do and then this is a serialized subtree. All right, that builds. So let's see if this will serialize the nodes in a way that can be deserialized easily. All right, so only serialized the root. Can we just get it back out again? Nope. It's pretty good actually. So there's no editor. Do we need to make a new node editor? So how does this work with OnOpen? So we do reader storage. So that means we need to pass what type of editor this is. So we need pass the editor in. So this is a subtree editor. And this is decal type. This. Decal type dereference this. Using editor type equals standard dic A T decal type this. That's the editor type that we need. No. This is an inode editor, but what is the actual type, the base type of it? Well, actually, I know what we need to do. This just needs to be a pointer to the editor. p-editor, pass the actual editor in. Does the storage? Yeah, it passes the address of the editor. I'm sure it does. Like that. Right, that builds. So let's see then. Copy subtree. The writer works fine. It's this. Passing the editor now. So now I know to do a pointer. Inode. So obviously this editor does have a node of this in it. It's a copy. So it needs to be a new editor, really. Rather than this. How do I make one of those? So what is decal type this? Um, how do we get base type? Get derive. What is it? Decal type. Get derived. Yeah, it's not known at runtime, at compile time, so it's no good. So we could hack this a bit if we pass an array of nodes. So we could pass an array of nodes as the storage. So we could say if do a try and wrap auto storage. Because we need the editor to create the node. Yeah, so we need the node. Unless yeah, no, we could do actually. Is actually passing to the reader Ooh. Could pass in the reader the actual address of the serialized subtree. Just this. That can just be an inode editor. We don't need the editor type. It's just auto, isn't it? Auto editor equals data. And then we can say else if data reader storage try and wrap serialized subtree pointer. Do it a different way. Yeah, nice one. I think this is turning out all right. So what we're trying to do is trying to create another bunch of nodes. That are the duplicate nodes. Okay. Oh, it's reflect type serialized subtree. Okay. What we actually want is not this. We want the address of subtree. Then it should dump the nodes into this array pointer of nodes. There we go. So we have the editor. So what we need to do is you need to go this basically. So this is data. So this is serialized subtree, auto subtree, data. This is subtree, point to editor, create node. So just actually add the node into it. Now it just creates a node and calls on create node. Oh, it does add it to the editor. It adds it into the nodes in the editor. Okay. Just gonna have a 2-minute break, go to the loo, I'll be back and we'll have to write another path for on create node. So here's the thing. On create node, it does add we do actually want to do this. Add the nodes into the editor because we're pasting them in just at a different position. What we don't want to do, we don't want to set the title or the localization tag. The children is different. So we do want to create a node. We do want to set its title in its region. We do want to then continue to do on read text. Like the position, I'll put it next to it. We'll say plus vec2 10 0 for now. That's temporary though. So the child is cast into inode of child ID. Okay, I don't know about children yet. Don't know about that. And then we want to do subtree dot nodes dot add dot get raw. Okay. So it creates the new node. And it adds it in. So the subtree has in it the node that it made. So this actually just does just copies the node, not the tree. So it should put the node 10 units to the right. So let's find one that's like got a load of stuff on it. And that one. Didn't copy the con. I did. I want one with a condition and a resume condition. Or a condition and a failure condition on it. Bunch. Like a complicated one basically. Like this one. They should be identical. Identical to me. That's awesome. Okay. So let's put this in. Let's remove this. This is just duplicate node. And this is going to be duplicate subtree. So we've got duplicate node done now. So I wonder why it's not doing its children. I would have thought that would have done the whole subtree, but it just did this. I've already done the whole subtree, but it just did the single node. So what I might do as well, it was down here, wasn't it? Is rather than do that, I'll just do +1, 1. So we'll go up in that direction a little bit. Then we'll have to work out why it's not serializing its children. Maybe it doesn't actually serialize its children. It just serializes the IDs of its children. That's why. Let me just do them one at a time. Yeah, I think that's why it's not doing its children. So we'll look at the file itself. So a node, it's just an ID of its child. So it just serializes the one node. Duplicate node, which puts it there like that. And then that, and it selects it, which is nice. It didn't actually put it from there. Maybe I selected it by accident. Oh look, they've got a problem there with the ordering. That's why the Z ordering. Oh, it's not a problem, it's because you can only pick them up by this top bit. Yes, I need to put it 2 up in Y. It's particularly dense like there. So duplicate subtree, how would that work then? So it duplicates children. So does that, then it must connect them later. So we must put in the new. Let's test how this works. It's 27, so I'm trying to get out of there. Yeah, it connects them later. So that's what we also, so we need to do connect children. We need to do a similar thing in here. So this is just subtree. And these nodes are just the nodes. Whoops. Okay, so we need to find a node. All right, well, this is going to be different, so let's just get rid of that for now. This is subtree.nodes. I'm wondering if we need an in nodes and an out nodes. So these can be source nodes. Array inode, duplicate nodes. I don't know how this is going to work yet, so I'll have to just we'll just leave it. I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it. So this is the duplicated node start, node get raw. So we don't actually need to empty it anymore. Okay. Didn't work there. Again, why didn't that work? Zero, counted 0. Serializing it. This is the serializing of the source nodes. I shall be explicit about this. It's the writer. So the subtree now has a duplicated node in it. All right, so if we add 2 in, so if we add this in and all of its children, so we just need to go for auto child for auto p node source nodes or auto. So actually, I think this is just an inode pointer. So we're going to go source nodes dot add parent for auto. Need to add all his children and all his children's children. So we're just going to go source nodes dot add unique. We'll just add node for auto child children. Node children. Node is a self. Node child. And then it's just add node parent. And that's just the end. So what's the problem here? Upload function takes 2 arguments. It's just self, that's why. Strange syntax for that recursive lambda stuff. So I should add all of its nodes and all of its entire subtree in now. All 27 nodes. There we go. And if you get them back out again, to 27 duplicated nodes. And this should be exactly the same order. Root selector sequence action action. So now we can actually use that, the fact that they're in the same order, to connect the children up. So it's something like for auto p child source node children. So it's connect children. So that is maybe a size T index, right? So we'll just say, we'll assert there that source nodes, the subtree source nodes get count is equal to subtree dot duplicate nodes get count. That's subtree. So we're going to connect the children of this index. So auto source node, source nodes, subtree dot source nodes index, auto this node equals subtree duplicated nodes index. So we need to go for auto p child source node children. So child index equals subtree source nodes index of p child ID. P child. And then we do this node p children dot add this subtree duplicated nodes child index. So as long as we're in the same order, that should work. See them. Or it won't work at all. Oh, it's because it's in duplicate mode, that's why. Right, crash. Okay, what happened there then?
Do you want a cup of tea, Tom?
Yeah, okay. Could you do me a coffee?
Yeah.
Right, I've got coffee just up top there. Thank you very much. Nice one, cheers. That seems to kind of work. Okay, so the subtree is one child, which is the selector. All right, so now we have this crash for some reason. 54 nodes. What does it crash on? It's because we are happening. This is happening in the middle of a loop. Give us a sec. So this needs to happen at the end of the frame, really. On frame, what's it called? On frame. This. So that, in theory, duplicates the entire tree. We'll see, eh? There we go. Can't zoom out far enough to. Pretty fast. It's all right. Good. That does the tree. So that's a serialized subtree. If we want to actually just duplicate the node, we need to go back to what we were doing before. So we just want to. So what would be a nice way to say to just serialize the one node? So I think I want to rename this to duplicate. Duplicated. Duplicate. Duplicate. Subtree. And this is going to do this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to do some maths now.
Yeah. And then I might make another one for duplicate tree node. It's quite nice that now. API is quite nice. It's literally just one call. So if I wanted to duplicate like just this little bit at the end, duplicate subtree, just one call. I think it needs to select it, doesn't it? Whoa. Undo seems to do work. Kind of not really. Duplicate subtree, it needs to select that new node as well. So what would that be? That would be p-editor, subtree, p-editor, make focus node, subtree dot duplicate nodes first. If subtree dot duplicate nodes don't get count. So I'll focus that node. Hopefully bring them all to the front. Oh. All right, so focus node is private. I'm going to make this, well, no, I'm going to make a friend class, which is duplicate subtree. That's good. And then I'm going to have duplicate tree node, I think. Oh, it's that one actually. Maybe not. So now we can just duplicate the entire tree or parts of the tree. And then we just want to, the last thing to do is to just duplicate a single node on the tree. So duplicate this, duplicate subtree. And all those are still there. It's a direct duplication, which is totally awesome. It's not quite undo redo friendly. It does it one node, undoes one node at a time. So we need to fix that. Do that in a second. So all I'm going to do is just copy all this and call it another one. Call it duplicate node, duplicate tree node. So all that this needs to do is just add the parent. That. And it doesn't bother needing to, just need to focus it. But doesn't need to bother connecting all the children. Okay. Yeah. So all this is on end frame, duplicate tree node. And I'll just duplicate the one node. Or not. Duplicate tree node. Didn't work. So I did the one node in. I know why. It's because to implement another bit on the create member here. duplicate tree node. It's basically the same. It's exactly the same. Oops. Yeah, I need to fix the undo redo. We have a thing there where the white connecting line goes under the other node. It's not a big problem really, but whatever. So we do a duplicate node. There we go. That's duplicates to one node. So it's got a couple of conditions on it. If we duplicate that node, conditions are still there. Real, it's mint. Okay, so now we'll check that in because that's good. So we've got copy, we haven't got copy and paste, but we've got duplicate. Copy and paste could be implemented in terms of duplicate. On the copy, we'd just save which node we wanted to duplicate, and on the paste, we would just do the duplicate. So we could do it if we wanted to. So the next thing to do is to get the undo redo working for the, when we duplicate the subtree. It'll be fine for just a single node. So press undo. This selects it. So that's because every time it creates a node, it pushes an undo redo entry. So can we do like subtree editor get do redo disable set enabled. A couple of those could do this. We could turn it off. We could turn it off. Set so turning off might have consequences though, because the undo redo when you're pushing them. Oh, I don't know. So we call create node from type hash. We call create node. Push undo redo create remove node. If we turned it off, you see these steps would. This doesn't make sense because you couldn't push a step onto it. Undo redo that was turned off. I think what would have to have a disable undo redo create remove node. Or we could push a layer, do it all onto that new layer, and then clear the layer. It'd be more optimal to just disable it. Would be a good way of doing it. I don't like just having booleans with enabled and disabled on, really, because then it's like constantly having to check if it's enabled or disabled all the time. So it'd be something like subtree p-editor disable undo redo create disable push undo redo create remove node. And obviously, like we do subtree p-editor push undo redo nodes. So it just means having an enable down here. Or we could do something like scope disable undo redo. Like that. We wouldn't need that. Obviously, we need to pass in the editor. Which editor actually you could do that. Or we could do it destructor and destructor. Probably don't need the editor, you know, because we could just make it a static thing. I just don't want to put like a lot of booleans everywhere, really. That you turn on and off, because then it's just like hard to manage the state. This would be something like scope timer does this. Build. Something like that, maybe. Put that at the top. That's under that right at the end. And then okay, I've got 5 minutes. Push and do redo. Create remove node. And then we're not constantly turning them on and off all the time. You know? All right. If this works, awesome. I'm gonna have to go in the next 5 minutes anyway. So just push and do redo nodes. So I'll just save the state before we did the duplication. And then this will disable any of the push and the undo redo nodes that happen when we create them. So they won't get entered into the undo redo system. So then hopefully when we press redo, it should just go all the way back to before we called this state. which is a memory leak, but it'll be fine. So duplicate subtree, press undo, it doesn't work. Undo. Let's try it a little bit with a smaller tree, smaller subtree. And for this one. So it's like it doesn't do anything. All right, just follow this then. So it's going to add all. So let's just put it on there, and then we're going to do this, which sets this to false. And then this. So I'm not adding any in. No, it's not a memory leak actually. Because it's using them, it's pushing, because we can redo it. This one doesn't actually cover the amount of nodes. Right. So I'm going to do this today. I have to do this tomorrow. Right. I may or may not be back tomorrow. Definitely Monday though. Yeah, good stream. See you later.